the chat's not there?
You might have to close
Again.
the panel when you open it. Like you where the panel thing is at the top.
Where?
Oh my god. You forget everything.
Yes, I do.
I can tell you things 1,000 times, you still forget.
Hi, Shiva. Oh, don't claw me. Don't claw me.
I think the panel's broken. I wonder if the update broke it. Possibly.
Great.
This still works though, just this one doesn't. I don't know what that color is mine.
I don't know. It's always there. Okay. I'm not doing the other one.
Well, you just updated that, so it broke everything I started with that. So I have to literally next time go in and redo everything for that, because when you update OBS, it messes with other things sometimes. You gotta just a lot of times just don't.
Just don't. Yeah, but you know what the problem here now is? I can't see if there's anybody watching.
Yeah, because it broke that silent.
That's great.
I mean, you can on your phone or tablet or something.
Hi, everyone. I have no idea if anybody's watching right now because my OBS doesn't show if there's views. And my boyfriend says I broke stuff because I updated it. Oh, well. But today I'm going to be finishing the Elphaba dress that I started last time I was live, the jacket I made. But today I'm going to be making the dress that she wears underneath it. And you can see a picture of it on my screen there. And that I'm going to make, first I'm going to make the lining because I already made a mock-up of it. And I didn't have time to edit that video, but it will come out hopefully at the end of the week. And I made the mock-up of it. And then I checked the sizing and it was pretty good. And now I'm going to make this as the lining, which is like a second mock-up. And then I'll cut and make sure that it fits. And then I'll cut the actual fashion fabric because the fashion fabric that I bought for this is wool. So it's pretty expensive. I want to make sure that it fits before I cut into that. So this is just quilting cotton. So we're going to get started with that. I keep putting this sticker thing in the wrong spot. I use this to mark my seam line so that I know exactly where I'm supposed to be sewing, where I want my seam allowance to be. I didn't even leave my mouse over here. Okay. So I'm going to make sure the microphone is not too loud. I don't want the noise from the sewing machine to be super loud. So, all right. So I'm going to get started. I have a fabulous Band-Aid on my finger because I cut myself yesterday while I was cutting out some pieces with my rotary cutter. I literally just tapped my finger with it and it cut me. And every time I'm using my hands, it starts to open back up again and bleed. And I can't find the liquid skin that I used to have that would work much better. But I don't know where it is. So we're just going with the Band-Aid. So this dress I used a McCall's pattern. I don't remember the number, but I'll show it to you guys when I am cutting out the fashion fabric. It is a McCall's pattern that I just modified to be. So the pattern has like a princess neckline.
Can you read that for a second? You want to see?
Oh, that's too
Yeah,
complicated.
that's too much right
That's
now.
too complicated. I thought there was a way you could just use it.
When you listen to music, just make it a YouTube playlist.
Oh. Huh?
Tomboy roommate missed you.
I don't want to know. I don't want to. Please. So anyway, the pattern that I'm using is, it's right here. This one. So McCall's 8177, and you can see that the neckline on this is a little bit different than the neckline that she has. So I just kind of cut it off, made it a little bit lower, cut it off, and brought up the straps, because this actually doesn't have straps on it. It just has either spaghetti straps or sleeves. And since I wanted it to have like a strap, like the dress that she wears, that's what I did. So I will show more about how I modified that when I edit the video. And hopefully we'll have that posted by the end of the week. It just depends. This week I have off, but I still have to work. I have off today, and I was off yesterday working on the mock-up and stuff. And I'm off on Friday. So I don't know which day I'll be able to get to editing. Depends on how long I'm on live today. I was trying to also make a mock-up for the shirt that I was going to wear underneath, because she has that pleated shirt underneath, but I'm having a bit of a hard time figuring out exactly how to pattern it. So that I'm hoping I'll be able to finish before I want to wear the dress, but if not, then I don't know. I'll still be working on it. I have all the fabric and everything for the shirt. I just, like I said, don't know precisely how to pattern it. I tried one pattern that I have and I modified it because hers has like a button placket here. And I tried to do that, but the shirt ended up being a little too small, and it may have been how I patterned it. I don't really know. And since the movie comes out on Friday, I'm probably going to go see it on like Sunday. But since the movie comes out on Friday, I don't know if I'll have enough time to do all of that stuff, record it, edit it, and post it before I go see the movie. So it will come out at some point. I'm still struggling with the pattern for it. I tried one pattern because I thought the silhouette would be really cute. Most of it is underneath the dress, but it didn't really work out. So now I'm back to the drawing board on that. And I might just decide to go in and use my bodice block to make a shirt, or use the pattern that I used for the jacket and modify that. But I didn't really want it to have like crazy darts on it, because I don't know if that dress or that shirt that she has any darts on it. I don't know. It's hard to know because you really can't see them in the movie, and it's an underneath piece, so they don't really show it in any of like the behind the scenes stuff where they talk about the costumes. So it's anyone's guess. I think he uses a lot of like asymmetrical designs with her, and I think it looks really cool, but it's really hard to tell exactly what he did, because it's just hard. You can't see it. So I also didn't finish any of the edges on this because this is the lining, so it doesn't really matter. It's gonna just be, all the seams will be encased, so I'm not gonna finish any of the raw edges. Instead of, like, if it was gonna be visible on the inside, I'd probably just serge them, but I don't really need to finish the seams on a lined garment. And I might throw this in the wash too before I attach it to the other one, because I used chalk on this and I won't be able to wash it once it's attached to the wall. We'll see. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press all of my seams open and then move on to the next. So this is the center back seam that I'm doing right now. Our center back and the side side back seams. And I made this pretty long because I'm not sure exactly how long I wanted it to be. This goes together actually pretty quickly, honestly, because it's really not that many pieces and it's not very difficult. So should be relatively easy to get it together today. It's just the cutting, because I did not pre-cut the wool. So that might take me a little while. So you can kind of see where the chalk lines are on here. I don't know if it shows up on camera, but I used chalk to mark out my seam, my cutting line when I was cutting the patterns out, just because it was easier than pinning it. Yeah, no, it's all chalked, and I labeled everything too with the chalk. So I used quite a bit of chalk. This is all the chalk I have left on that one piece of chalk. But I don't know if I'll need to throw it in the wash or not. We'll see if I have time. Okay, so here we have our center back seam. So this is center back. As you can see here, I have some chalk still on it. I don't know if you guys. So here's my side back seam, my center back seam, and then my other side back seam. So okay. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the next side. So it would be, I believe the side front would be the next piece that I'm going to attach here. So here's my side front piece. I believe it goes like this. Like this. I believe. Let's see. Yeah. So we'll attach like this on both sides. So now I'm just going to pin all the way down on this side and then all the way down on this side, and then we'll sew it. This is kind of a big pain in the butt. This one doesn't have a really big curve in it, so it's not terribly difficult to pin it. The ones in the front and in the back will have pretty big curves. As you can see from this piece here, this piece has a big curve on it because it goes around the bust. So that one's a little bit more difficult to pin. So I'm just going to pin both sides, and then I will go to the sewing machine and sew both sides. With this side, I actually need to pin it on the other side so that I can not have to mess with it when it's on the sewing machine. Because if I pin it like this, I can have the seam allowance on this side and just push it through the machine. But if I pin it like this, it'd be more difficult for me to tell how big the seam allowance I'm making is because of how all sewing machines really are set up. And then this way, if I pin it all the way down on both sides, I can just do it in batches, and then I just sew both seams at the same time, come back, press, do the same thing with the last one, because I only have one more panel after this to attach, and then I can try it on, see how it fits, make any adjustments that I need to, which I don't think I will need to make any adjustments, and then cut the fashion fabric. In order to cut the fabric, since it's wool and I can't pre-wash it, one of the things you do to wool is you just have to steam it real good, and then that helps to pre-shrink it if it's going to shrink. I am not going to hand wash it because the reality is that I will never want to do that. So I'm just going to pre-shrink it and have it dry cleaned when I need to clean it. I have another wool dress that I recently made. It's the same thing. But, I mean, you don't need to have it cleaned all the time because if you're wearing stuff underneath it, which is the plan, it's not really touching your skin and getting dirty. So, and the other dress that I have that I made out of wool was the Queen's Gambit dress. And it has wool and it has a silk lining in the top, but I haven't even had it dry cleaned yet. I've worn it only a couple of times. But like I said, I mean, if you're wearing something underneath it that's washable, then you just don't really have to wash it as often because it kind of protects the fabric a little bit. Kind of like how they used to do way back in the day when they had stuff made out of wool. They would wear like linen shifts and stuff like that to protect their clothing and to absorb any like sweat or anything like that, so that the clothes that they were wearing that were more expensive and not washable didn't get dirty. I don't know about you guys, but I'm actually really kind of excited to see this new Wicked movie. I've never been to the Broadway musical. I wish that I had been. We used to live in New Jersey about 5 years ago, and I never went to any musicals, so I think I would have really liked it, but I don't know, I just never really thought about going. Musicals are kind of expensive too. I mean, if you've seen The Wizard of Oz, you know what happens at the end of the story. She dies. She gets melted. It's just, I don't know what the rest of the story is, but I'm excited. I kind of have a gist, but I'm excited to see the second part. just got some sad news. I don't know if I can turn the camera around because Nightmare is sleeping like right there. Let me finish this and see if I can. You can see him right here. He's just laying on a bunch of junk. Anyway, I thought that was kind of cute. Let me iron this now. I wonder if I can get this panel, this live control panel. No. Docs menu. Docs. It's like not working. There it goes. Button below to select a stream. I'm just texting my boyfriend because he's more electronically inclined. I don't know what the heck I'm doing most of the time with this stuff, so that's why he helps me sometimes. But this YouTube Studio window here is not, it's not showing things right, and I don't know how to fix it. What's the live control panel. It's supposed to tell me how many people are watching and all of that stuff, and there's nothing there. I keep putting it right underneath the camera, so the steam is probably affecting the view. I forget. I called you, but you didn't answer. So I got, this thing is on there, it's there, but it says select stream. I don't know what that means.
What?
Well, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I can see it. Yay. I just closed it and opened it back up again.
You done?
I don't know.
You never know the problem.
I never know if I'm going to need you for something. What? Sure. Nightmare. Do you see Nightmare? He's still in the same spot. He's freaking passed out. Monster. He's in a food coma from his breakfast. Okay. So now I get to attach the last panel. Yay! So this one goes on like this. I think I have to start at the bottom because I have absolutely no idea. I didn't put any registration marks on here, which was kind of stupid, but you can kind of see where it needs to line up. Even without the registration marks, so like I can tell here is like the waistline. warm in here. Okay. This is wrong. I have to do this on the other side. I forgot. It's a very long seam. I think this dress is most definitely going to be a little bit too long on me, but I'm going to have to figure it out. And I'll probably have to cut at least a few inches off the hem because, like I said, I made the longer version on purpose, but the model in that picture is probably like 5'6", and I am not that tall. And she's got heels on. And it goes all the way to the floor. I don't think Elphaba's dress is quite that long either. It's probably like mid-calf length. All right, now I'm gonna stitch both of these together and then we'll give it a try. Just want to make sure these are starting at the right spot. The same spot at least. No, they are not. Oh, that's annoying. Oh. So when I pin them together, one side is clearly pinned higher than the other, but now I have to figure out which one works better. I think I should have the strap a little bit longer, honestly, because just because I don't know, because I think it's otherwise going to be too short if I leave it that way. This is what happens when I don't make registration marks on things, right? This is what you get. I think it's like right there. I am tempted to just baste it in and then try it on and see, and then if it's correct, then I can always go back over it with a regular stitch. But if I baste it in and it's wrong, it will be much easier to remove. So I might do that. And so like for like basting, it would just be like a shorter stitch length so that it would be easier to take out and you wouldn't back stitch on it. So I think that is what I'm going to do because I'm not 100% sure that this placement is correct. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to baste it in with a shorter stitch length. So it's like I'm going to do like a 3.5, however much length that is. I think it's 3.5 millimeters. And then on both of those seams, do that. And then I can try it on and see if it's the right placement for it, because I didn't make any registration marks, which was quite stupid, but I didn't think I was going to need them. I don't know why. Guess I wasn't thinking. Just get under there. And I'm just not going to backstitch on it. And just a longer machine stitch. I don't know what this is from. All these needles or all these pins are trying to stab me. And hopefully it's in the right spot, so then I just go over it with the regular stitch and won't have to rip anything out. I'm really hoping, because I don't want to have to rip any seams out. And I'll just do the same thing with the shoulder seams also, is just baste them together so that I can see, so I can try it on real quick and see how it looks. So there's one. Do the other one. We'll try it on. Oh, I gotta do the shoulders too, but let me do the other one first, and then we'll do the shoulder seams. Dress is quite large, so There's quite a bit of it. Oh, why did I just do a back stitch? That kind of defeated the purpose. Whatever. Okay, let me stitch together the shoulder seams. I forgot what I was doing, clearly. Let me stitch together the shoulder seams. Forgot it was a basting stitch and I start back stitching on it. And then we will give it a quick try on, see what's going on. I'm just going to baste these together too, just with that 3.5 millimeter stitch length. See, I like sat on the dress. It's very long. Which is, you know, on purpose because she does have quite a long dress, but I don't, this is just going to be really long on me. I'm just going to have to hem a lot of it off, probably like 3 or 4 inches because I am not very tall. I'm 5'4", so. They always make patterns and clothes in general for people who are 5'6", and the average height is not 5'6". For a woman, at least. All right. I'm gonna mute really quick so I can take my microphone off and not have it be loud and obnoxious in you guys' ears. Okay, I'm gonna try it on. I'm just gonna try it on inside out. Wow, like I said, it is dragging the floor. pretty good, actually. So this is the overlap where the button placket's gonna go, where the buttons are gonna go here, and then it actually fits pretty good. You can see that it is dragging the floor on me. I'm clearly not that tall, so it's quite long. But that can be adjusted. That's not a big deal. It is a little bit loose on me, but I'm okay with that because I think that with the way the seams are, I really can't take it in a whole lot. More than I already did, at least. I did take it in quite a bit. So I'm going to pin it real quick so that I can really get a feel for where the buttons are going to be. Try not to pin myself. I mean, it's still a little bit loose. I probably could take it in a little bit more in a couple of places, but I'm not really sure that I want to. This is the seam. But otherwise it fits pretty well. I'm supposed to have a shirt on underneath anyway, and I could potentially, so the back here, I tried to take it in the last time and it made it kind of sit weird. It's actually a little bit too big down here also. And I think the problem was is that the center back was actually supposed to have a seam in it, and I didn't make it that way. I made it with, whatchamacallit, I made it with just on the fold. So I don't know. I mean, I could take it in here. I would have to take it in quite a bit though. It's the only problem is it might make it sit kind of weird in other places. Let me see. I can't find a whole lot of pictures of her where it's like her full length. It's even not low enough. Here, but this is all probably seam allowance. I'm gonna leave it. I'm debating. Because if I keep messing with it, I might mess it up. Stop it. Oh, great. I think it's a little bit too big, honestly. Ugh. I think it's too big. I mean, being too big is a problem that I don't mind it having. Having it be too big is not a bad thing because I can always take it out or take more off of it. It's just that I don't want to go too crazy because it is very big on me, especially here in the back and in the skirt here, which I think it's the pattern is supposed to be flowy like that, but I don't think that's the dress that she has on. I think she has more of an A-line skirt on with like ruffles and stuff on it. I'm gonna have to think about it, what I want to do. See, I tend to make things too big on myself. I would rather this be in this fabric than in the wool. So I guess it could be worse. So right now I'm just putting pins in on where I want like to take it in a little bit. I don't think I want to take it in the waist and the back though. Maybe over here. That feels a little bit better. I just dropped a pin on the floor. Find it. Okay. So now I have to measure out what I want to take out of it. make the changes to the pattern, make the changes to this, try it on again. So you can see I pinned in a lot. Here it was okay at the bottom. It doesn't flare out too much there. So here in this, I think I just need to take it in a little bit more here. This is center front. No, I'm sorry. This is like this princess seam over the bust, because for some reason I always tend to make things a little too big. And I'm just marking this out so that when I go back to the sewing machine and I sew it, I don't sew too much. I think that should be good right there, to kind of bring it in under the bust a little bit. I honestly think I should cut some off the bottom just because it's annoying. I actually need to press the seam back the other way, because it being pressed open like this is really annoying me. It's quite in the way. I'm gonna grab my ruler. I'm just kind of eyeballing it right now because I'm just going to sew it, see how it looks, and then add the modifications to the pattern once I know if it works. I was trying to get a lot of this stuff done yesterday, but I was working on the shirt, and then it just didn't work out. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do for the shirt. I have the fabric and everything, but I don't know how I'm going to pattern it because I was having so much trouble figuring that out. I thought that I was going to use a specific pattern that I had, like from Charm, but it ended up being too tight on me, and I don't know what I did wrong with it. So I scrapped that idea. Now I'm back to the drawing board, and I have no idea what I'm going to use for the pattern for it. I have the fabric. I have to pleat the fabric because she has like this really intensely pleated shirt. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use like a quilting cotton underneath, pleat it, and then cut out the pattern piece of the fabric already having been pleated, and then kind of like flatline it with the quilting cotton. Hi, baby. Have you come to say hi, lovers? You gonna jump up there? You can jump up there. Hi, buddy. I love it, buddy. And I'm also just trying to take out some of the bulk in this skirt. Like there, it's a little too swishy. Okay, let's see. What did I do on this one? Just a little bit. I think the front was fine. It's the sides and the back. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to base these layers together, or these things together, and then I'm going to try it on again because I only did one side. And then if it's okay, if I don't need to take anything else in, I'll do the same thing on the other side. But right now I'm just going to start with one side because I want to make sure it's working before I go nuts and do the whole thing. One of the cats is making noise. I don't know which one it is though. Wolverine? No. acrylic chalk gets crumbs and dust in my around the needle. So okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a second so I can take the microphone off. Okay, I am gonna turn it. Oh, I still have pins in here. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Okay, I'm just gonna try it on inside out. And this is the side that I modified. So this right side here is the side that I modified. I should have cut some off the bottom because damn, it's so long. It's hard to tell. It's still too big. Better here. Slightly. I'm going to take the pins out of here and try it on the right side out. So maybe I can tell the difference. Because then I'll be able to see the seam lines. And then it'll be on the other side. Of course, that looks retarded now. That's what I was worried about. I think that's better though. I do think. That it's better than this side. Like this side is really big and this side is not quite so big. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do. How am I gonna fix this? So figuring out how to fix the problem is always wonderful. So now I just have to figure out how to transfer the markings from this one onto the other one so that it's the same, because I took a whole bunch out of this. First, I'm going to rip out some of this seam here so that I can see if it lays better like that, because it was kind of acting pointy when I was wearing it before. So some of that can be just because there's too much bulk in the seam. This one in the front wasn't that much, so slightly better. I think I did too much. Okay. Maybe I should just leave that one alone. So I took it in underneath the bust, but it's causing this situation now, whereas before I didn't have that. So actually it's kind of in the wrong spot anyways. Sorry about all the noise. I just realized I had the thing over my microphone. Okay. So like here, I don't even know if you guys can see it. This is kind of sitting weird, and this one is even weirder. So I think that I'm gonna leave this the way it was, because it didn't really help. It only made it actually a little bit worse. You can see there's a wrinkle here. It's kind of weird. So I'm probably not gonna take this one in, this seam in here. I'm probably not gonna need to, or it's gonna make it look worse. This is sitting like this because of how I didn't, so you can see it looks a little bit better there. I didn't reduce any of I didn't clip into the seam at all here, so that's why this side was looking weird. This side is looking weird because of what I did before. I took it in underneath, and now it's like pulling and stuff. So I'm gonna undo that and put it back to the way it was here because it's fine. But all the other seams actually are looking pretty good. There's a little bit here. I'm just going to stick a pin in it so that I can look at it. I see what it is. So basically I did this seam a little bit too pointy. I have to make it a little bit more gradual there. It's a little bit too pointy in the back, but the rest of the seams actually are fine. So I'm just going to have to do it the same on the other side, except for this center front seam, because I don't think I want to mess with that too much. It's actually sitting fine. If I take the other ones in, it's fine. I don't want to make it worse. So I'm going to take those stitches out that I had put in, and then just do the rest on the other pieces. So take in the seams on the other pieces and not the center front. So give me just 1 second to mute and put the microphone. Okay. I need to plug this thing in too because it's going to die really quickly. This is the fan for my camera. And turn it up because it's not cooling it enough. So this camera gets a little bit hot. That's why I have a fan on it. It helps it to cool it off. It wasn't this side. It was this side. This dress is way too big. It's too much bulk everywhere. I'm going to take, so I don't know if you guys can see, it's black on black. It's kind of hard. So this is the seam that I made. This is the seam that I had before where it was just a basting seam. So I'm going to take this seam out and restitch over where that basting stitch was along the whole length, because now I know that is the right size. So I'm going to just stitch over it, probably on both sides. I'm not going to take it out. I'm too lazy for that. It'll never be seen. It's in the lining of a dress, so at least I know I need to not make any changes to the center front, but every other piece is going to have to be changed just ever so slightly. I'm just pulling it out because I don't want to seam rip it. And that's the fabulous thing about doing a basting stitch. You can usually just pull it right out. I have 2 black kitties over here that are just passed out sleeping on the couch. They're just hanging out over there and sleeping. Okay. And then on this spot, I just need to smooth this transition out here because I went like this, not even in the camera view. So my stitching goes from here was the original stitching, and then I have this here. This is just too drastic of a curve, so I'm just going to kind of straighten that curve out a little bit so it doesn't pucker. Oh, jeez. Tripping over everything over here. It's great. You know, I have a hard time seeing sometimes on here because it's black and it just quite blends in. Let me see if that fixed it on that side. This piece is not quite stitched together. I'm gonna have to go back over this because it's not stitched any longer. No, stop it. That's much better. Okay. Now I have to stitch a bunch of stuff. So right now I think what I'm going to start with is the side front seam. I'm going to restitch over it with a regular length stitch and do the same thing on the other side. After that, I will transfer all my markings onto the other side, stitch those, transfer the marks onto the pattern. And then we'll be ready, almost ready to cut out the wool. I'm excited to cut it out. Let me change my stitch length back. So I'm using like a 2.5 millimeter, I believe it is, stitch length. And now I'm going to go over these two seams in the center front, or well, side front, I guess, technically, with a regular length stitch, so that no longer with a basting stitch and back stitch on it, so that it'll hold together, because the basting stitch will just pull out really easily if I leave it that way, which is not, that's not what I'm going to do. Oh no, oh, God, of course. I ran out of bobbin thread. Of course, I ran out of bobbin thread. It's like Murphy's Law. As soon as you're getting ready to do something like a really long seam or whatever, or when you're in the middle of it, you know, because you could always run out of bobbin thread in the middle of a seam too and have no idea until you get all the way to the end. That's happened to me too. Could you get in there, please? Good times. It could have been worse. I could have got all the way to the end and realized that I ran out of bobbin thread at the beginning. That's happened. Okay, back to what I was doing. I can't believe Thanksgiving is next week. I am totally not ready for it. Or Christmas. Not at all. Okay, so now that that side is done, we'll do the other side. And I'm just going over my basting stitches with a regular stitch, with a regular length stitch. Oh, my neck hurts. Hopefully the sewing machine is not too loud. I had to turn the volume down on the microphone just a little bit because I turned it up before and I forgot to turn it back down. Oh, I gotta do the shoulder seams too. That's right, I forgot. This one. Okay. So this one I didn't do anything with. This one I did. Okay, so this is the side front. Side front. I think maybe I'll work from the back first, because then it might be a little bit easier. Okay, so side back seams. I'm just gonna line them up. I'm gonna iron the seam allowance down again on this side because I didn't do it before, so that it lays flat, so I can see where I made the changes. And I'm actually just going to pin them together so that I can keep them from moving around too much. So I'm pinning here, and then I put a pin here where my stitching starts, and then I'm just going to pin all the way along that so that I can transfer the marking to the other side that doesn't have it yet, and then I know where my stitch line is going to be, and I'll just mark that with chalk and then stitch it. And that's pretty much how I'll do it for all the other seams. I don't know if that's the right way to do it, but that's the way that I do it. Makes it a little bit easier for me. It's not exact, but it's close enough. And then I'll show you guys how I will transfer the markings to my pattern afterwards. Now, I don't know if you guys can see my stitch line here because there's chalk on it here, but where this chalk is all where I want the stitch line to be on the other side. So I'm just like pinning right along that so that I'll be able to see the pins on the other side and mark out a new chalk line on there and then stitch that so that it will be the same. I mean, in sewing, really, there is no right or wrong. As long as the end result is what you want, it doesn't really matter how you get there. I hate when people are like, well, that's not how you're supposed to do it. But the reality is there's no sewing police, and they're not going to come get you. Like if you don't finish your seams, your seam allowances, nobody is going to come get you. People might not even see it because it's on the inside of your garment. Like as long as you get to the end point and it looks good and fits you well, it doesn't really matter how you got there. Okay, so then when I flip it over, you can see where my pins are, and I can take my ruler and mark that out. Not these pins are obviously different, but these pins here kind of show where my seam line is. So that's what I'm going to mark with my chalk here. Okay, so now I'm just going to take the pins out because I have it already marked on the other side. I'll probably pin that side anyway because I want to make sure that when I'm stitching it doesn't move around a whole bunch. But I don't need these pins in both sides anymore. Take these pins out too. And then that's the same thing that I'll do on the other side. The whatever side that was. This is the side back and center back seam that I just marked. And then I think I just have one other piece to mark, the side front, something like that. Okay, so let's see what the next one is. I believe it's this seam, which I also have to press. God, this thing is so big. It just takes up so much space. The pattern pieces are like that too. They're huge. Like I said, it's very long on me. It's probably going to have like 5 or 6 inches taken off the bottom once I'm ready to hem it. Or at least once I'm ready to, I have to do that with this too because I am not going to make it out of wool this big. I think I got about 5 yards of the wool, which is plenty. It's more than enough. But I would like to have a little bit extra. And if I make it like this, I might not. Actually, that's not true. I think this was maybe like 1.5 yards. But this was like the wide back quilting cotton, so. And then I'm just doing the same thing here. I'm just pinning the top together so that it stays that way, so that it stays together. And then once I get to where my seam line is, then I will start pinning it in that stitch that in the new stitch that I made so that I can mark it on the other side. I just put these pins on the wrong side, so. Because this is the side that has the new seam. Okay, so here, I don't know if you guys can see it on here, this chalk line here, that maybe you can see it, maybe you can't, I'm not sure. I'm just pinning in that line because that's where my stitch line is through both layers. So this is the unfinished or unstitched side, whatever. It's the side that I haven't sewed yet. I actually don't think this is the right piece. I think I screwed this up. Yeah, this is the wrong piece. I'm pinning it to the wrong piece. It's because this thing is so big, it's hard to tell. same thing. I'm just pinning along that seam line all the way down so that I can match it on the other side. Okay, so now we're just gonna flip it and mark it. So you can see all my pins marking where that line goes. So here it starts all the way up here and then comes all the way down. So I'm just going to mark with my chalk, kind of in between where the pins are. All right, so now that that's marked, I'm going to take out my pins and pin it just on the one side to hold it together when I stitch it. I'm not going to put a whole bunch of pins in there because I really don't need to. It's already sewed together over here, you know. And then I'm going to take it to the sewing machine and stitch it together. Then I will show you guys how I'm going to mark it on my pattern. Gotta go get something before I do that because I don't have it in my sewing room. It's in another room. All right, so now it's time to stitch them. Let's do it. And since I am doing like a regular stitch length and everything, I am back stitching as well. And then I'm just following along that chalk line that I made so that I can get it the exact same or as close as possible to the other side where it's already stitched. All the chalk dust gets in the needle. Guys, I gotta take a break really quick because my son has to be at work in 20 minutes and he's still not awake. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna go grab something really quickly. I'm eating something really crunchy, so I'm probably just gonna keep myself on mute for a few minutes because I don't want to crunch in you guys' ear. So, but I have to go grab my Ponce wheel, and I'll be right back. Okay. So I'm just gonna iron the seam allowances open real quick on the seams that I did not modify. The other seams I'm probably going to have to trim back. Honestly, I should probably wait to do this. I'm just gonna do the other thing first because I don't feel like ironing them right now. So let me grab my pattern pieces real quick. I'm gonna move this because I don't want this on the table right now. So here's all my ginormous pattern pieces. So I did not modify center front. Yeah, so I didn't modify this one. So this one I can just get rid of because I don't need it right now. The other 3 pieces I did modify. So I think the first one that I'll do is center back. So this is my center back piece. Throw this on the floor. And you can kind of see that I have changed some of the stuff on here before. This is the original pattern piece here. I added this on. I put no seam allowance here, but that isn't the case. I added seam allowance to it. And I don't know if you guys can see all of my little lines here. But this is where I modified it. So I added this because this pattern, it has like a like spaghetti straps, and that obviously wasn't what she was wearing in the movie, so I changed it for that. And I already took some off of this seam here. This is the center back. This is this part here attaches to the side back. And I'm going to use probably this one, this Ponce wheel. It's got like little points on it, although this one kind of sucks and doesn't move real well. Maybe I'm not going to use that one. Okay, maybe not. So anyways, this one here, it has like little points, and you can just it rolls along the fabric. There we go. This one is better because it actually will make holes in it. It'll roll along the fabric and punch holes in the paper underneath so that I can see where I changed that seam. And that will mark it on my pattern from my original, from my dress, whatever this is called. So that way I have the pattern will have the correct seams on it. I can't talk right now. I have a headache, so I'm trying to muscle through. I just took something for it. Center back. I'm just trying to line it up because this is a piece that's cut on the fold, so I'm just trying to line it up so that it's folded down the middle so that I can get a good marking on my pattern piece. I should iron it, but I don't feel like pulling my iron back out. Okay. So here I'm laying it out on the pattern. Oops, trying not to spill my water all over the place. I think I'm just gonna grab my pattern weights. These things I bought at Joann's a really long time ago because you could totally make your own. Okay. So now I'm just going to take my Ponce wheel, make sure my seam allowance is all lined up. This is a little bit more complicated on this piece because it's a cut on the fold. So you have to make sure it's folded in half and that the seam allowance is lined up. But I just realized this is a basting stitch. I'm gonna have to go back over this. Now that I have it all lined up, I'm just gonna take the wheel and roll it along that seam line. And then I'm probably not going to go all the way down because it's on the edge of the table here. So I'm going to go back. I'm just going to start where the seam starts because obviously the rest of it does not matter. And you could do this without a wheel if you wanted to like use pins. You could just use pins and poke through the seam because this is just like sharp little pokey ends that are on a wheel. I don't know where I started. I'll just go down it again. I have no idea where I started at. Okay, so let me see. Uh-oh, Nightmare is here. Hello, baby. So here are all of my little marks. So I made little marks all the way down in the paper on the pattern. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's kind of hard to see, but it's all the way up here too. So right here's where it starts. I'm gonna grab my pencil and mark that because I'm gonna have to mark out seam allowance also, because that is where the heck did I put my Nightmare? What are you doing? That is where the seam line is, so I'm gonna have to mark out seam allowance also. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. And come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Say hi. Come here. No, okay, you don't want to? You're not interested? I tried. I'm just lining it up and making a mark where the seam allowance should be because this ruler is see-through and I can just mark the seam allowance. The only thing is it's not a perfectly straight line because I was going along the stitch line that I made, and so it's all wonky. So I get it as close as possible, and that's pretty good. So now you can see, here's my new seam allowance line, and I'm gonna cut off that because where the stitching line is gonna be is where I had the holes, and this line is with seam allowance. So I just added about 5/8 of an inch onto it, and now I'm gonna cut it off. I actually need to tape this down because it's kind of loose right here. Alternatively, you can cut out your patterned pieces or cut the seam allowance off your, like if you made a mock-up or something, you can cut the seam allowances off of it and then use those to trace out your new pattern pieces. But I honestly feel like sometimes this works a little bit better if you're not wanting to like destroy the mock-up. You know, you made a bunch of changes to it, but you don't want to tear it apart. Sometimes this is actually easier than tearing it apart anyway. Okay, so that pattern piece is all done. And now I can do the next one, which will be, I don't know. Honestly, what I need to also do is cut some of this seam allowance off of these really big seams that I just made smaller. And this one I actually have to fix anyway because this one here is only basted down. So is this one. I don't know. It's the right stitch length. Maybe I did that before I realized what stitch length I was using. I don't know. Okay. So the next one is, actually I have to do it on the center back seam too. Because that one was, no, that was the center back seam, sorry. I have to do it on the side back seam as well. Because that was center back. Then I have to do side back and side front. The only one I did not modify was the center front seam. This is a lot of stuff that I usually just do behind the scenes because, I mean, I think sometimes people want to see it, but I don't know. I just don't always record it. I get in the zone. All right, let's see. So this is side back. And so this side back seam, I have to do both sides of it because I modified part of it on the back, on the piece that goes to the center back, and then on the piece that goes to the side front. So there's two spots where it has to be marked on here with the wheel. And this one, I took quite a bit off of it. There's a big chunk gone. This table is pretty big, but sometimes it's not big enough. So I just need to make sure it's on here correctly. I don't actually need to make any changes up here because this didn't change. It was just from about the waist down where I changed it. And then I'm just going to take my ponce wheel again, and this, like I said, has little sharp edges on it, and I'm just going to follow my seam line. I just want to make sure that I'm matching it up against here with the seam allowance on this one here currently. And then I'm just going to match my seam line going all the way down. So the marks get back onto the paper. And then, like I said, this is called a ponce wheel, P-O-N-C-E, I believe that's how you spell it. And you can get them off of Amazon. My hair keeps getting in my face. I mean, you might be able to get them at like Hobby Lobby too. I don't know. I mean, you used to be able to get them at Joann's, but R.I.P. Joann's. Okay, so that side is done. And now I'm probably going to have to flip it over and do the other side because this here is where it was attached at the center back. And then I'm just doing the same thing, just marking out the seam line all the way down, the new seam line that I created. Okay, that's good enough. So now I'm just going to do the same thing again. I'm going to mark it on the new seam line here, adding seam allowance to it with this ruler so that I can cut off the excess. Nightmare. Where did it go? What do I do here? Ow. Oh, I see it. I was like, the line just stopped. Yeah, because that was where the seam started. Or where it merged into the other seam. So I took off, I don't know, like 2 inches on that side at least. And then I still got to do it on this side. No, this side. Forgot where I was at. So I'm just going to do the same thing over here, marking out my seam allowance to it goes to right here because what's the matter with you, Nightmare? Nightmare's making a whole bunch of noise. Here he comes. Hello. Oh, come here. Come here. Easy, careful. Hi, buddy. Hello, Mr. Nightmare. Hello, handsome. Say hi. You can say hi to the camera. If you rub on that, you're gonna knock it over. You just break things. You're like a bull in a china shop. You want hugs? Do you want hugs? Come here. Hey there. Hey there. Come here. No. Stinky. Come here, Stinky. You're gonna lay down right there. That is not a good place to lay down. He's gonna lay down on my paper. What is with cats and paper? He always wants to lay on my paper. That's a sleepy cat. Is that a sleepy cat? Hi. Good boy. That's a handsome kitty. Are you a handsome kitty? Hi, sweet boy. Oh, you're gonna sleep now, huh? Well, how am I supposed to get anything done if you're gonna sleep on my stuff? I'm not allowed. Am I not allowed? Nightmare makes everything better. Yeah. Nightmare makes everything better. I can see your mouth is like wide open. Your stinky sack of turds. Yeah. He's spoiled rotten. If he could talk, he would tell you that he wasn't, but he is. Right, Nightmare? You spoiled boy? Is that what you are? Hi, baby boy. But I can't do anything because you're on my paper. You're on my ruler. Yeah. He's just hanging out. But I like it here, Mommy. It's comfy. Is it comfy? Is it comfy? Is you handsome? I guess we'll just sit here and watch Nightmare. You gonna take a nap? You would. You would. Oh, you're on top of the ruler, Nightmare. I can't even get it. Can I get it? There we go. Okay. Can I steal it? I didn't change this one. Oh, I did this side already. That's why. Because I did this side already. He's distracting me. Right, Nightmare? He's distracting me. I really can't do anything with you here. Just a good boy. Who's a good boy? Is that you? Who's that good boy? Look at that face. I don't know if you guys can see him, but he's so cute. Such a cute baby. He loves the chin rubs. He just closes his eyes and is like, scratch my chin, mommy. Scratch it. Oh, yeah. You're so cute. What am I going to do with you? Huh? What am I going to do with you, Nightmare? What's up? What? Are you looking at me like that for? Crazy kitty. Yeah, happy kitty. Happy, handsome kitty. Good boy. This is my silly boy. Hi. We're just hanging out with cats, huh? We're supposed to be sewing, but Nightmare's the king. And he says no. Hey, Munchkin. I guess I could try to do this over here. Maybe. If Nightmare will permit it. It's not permitted. How long are you going to sit here for, Nightmares? As long as you can. Your paws are in my way, mister. Mr. Mayor. Don't kick me. Don't you kick me. He's going to kick me. He says, I'm laying here. You cannot have this paper. My paper. This is my paper. Nightmare's paper. Pet me now, human. Know who's the boss. Cat boss. Yes, he is. He is the cat boss. He thinks he's the boss, but he's not the boss. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. Right? I'm the boss. Am I the boss? Hello, Mr. Kitty. You got fur on your everywhere. Oh, there's a big yawn. Does that mean you're gonna get lost? Can you get lost? There's a cat tree right over here that you can lay in. Right there. Right there. And you can lay there and you can watch mommy. No. He would rather lay here. Lies? What lies? That I'm the boss? You're getting more comfortable. You little turd. Can I have my paper back? This is ridiculous. Nightmare. Can I have my paper back? I'm gonna bite your ear. Come bite it. Meow. What are you doing? I love you, baby. Such a good boy. I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to get done right now. If I leave the room, he'll come off the table. What are you doing? Brian, why don't you call him? Huh? He's not? Yeah, but he's just laying on my stuff and I can't do anything. What? What? Boop. Oh, I can't lean against that either, can I? No, I can't. Oh, you're a butthead. Okay, well, I guess I could cut off the seam allowances on the stuff that I. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got your tail with that. Watch your tail. Watch your tail, baby. Some of them actually have to be restitched over too because I think I only did a basting stitch on one or two of these seams. Maybe it was the back seams or something. Let me, when I get to there, I'll deal with it. Since my pattern piece is being held hostage. For real. I'm just going to cut these seam allowances off and then what the hell is that? Oh. And I'll baste the ones that are, I'll sew the ones that are just basted. And then after he moves, we'll iron them. seam just didn't go all the way up to the other seam. So I'm just fixing that. And then pulling out some of the seam here where it comes in and merges so that I'll be able to press open the seam allowances and make them flat. Oh, he's moving. Guess we'll go back to that in just a moment. Okay, let me finish marking out the seam allowances on here since Nightmare has finally left the building. Okay, that one is done. I think the last one that I need to do is this one that is the side front. Okay, last one. All right, let me throw those on the floor. Let me finish up cutting all this stuff out here. Just cutting down the seam allowance because it's stitched over, and that way I can open up the seam allowance and press it open. I'm just cutting off like the excess that was there from before. are several places I'm gonna have to go back over this because I did just a basting stitch, which is fine. I just forgot. And now I have to go over it with a regular stitch so that it's reinforced. Okay, I think I've trimmed them all back. This has to be removed real quick. Where's my marker? Oh, I sat on it. I'm gonna stitch over this stuff again because, like I said, this is just a basting stitch, and anywhere else that's just a basting stitch, I'm going to stitch over it. Okay. Let's try her on. I think it looks much better. It's still a little bit more poofy than I wanted it to be, but we're gonna go with it because I mean it's gonna be way shorter than this. This goes all the way to the ground on me. Okay, so with that, I am going to take a break, and when I come back, we're gonna prep the wool and start cutting. So I'm gonna take a break and have some lunch. Hang on. It is so long that I am stepping on it. I'm gonna take a break and have some lunch, and then clean up my sewing room just a little bit so that I have a little bit of space to lay out the fabric to cut. So I'm gonna have to clean all this stuff up right here and move my sewing machine so I can, because I have to steam the wool and then cut it out. So I'm gonna go eat something, and then when I come back, we will get started on that. So I'll see you guys probably in like 20 minutes ish. So I'm excited to get started with the wool, but yeah. All right, I'm pretty happy with how it looks right now. I think it fits pretty well. It's very long, but otherwise it fits pretty well. All right, I will see you guys in a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, I'm going to iron out all the seams on this. Iron open. Blah, blah. Iron all the seams open. That way you guys can see what I'm actually doing. And then we're going to steam the wool and prep for cutting. Yay! I'm gonna cut down this pattern before I do that too, because it's way too long and I don't want to cut this length of fabric out with the wool because I feel like that would be a waste. I'd rather have it just as short as I want it to be before I cut it. Oh, I think it's right there. I'm also going to clip into the seams, or I might use just pinking shears because it will automatically clip them too, because right now they're not laying super flat for this seams here. There's a lot of bulk and tension. What are you doing, crazy? Nightmare. You are quite the silly kitty. You know that? This is kind of a tedious part. I'm just pressing and then trimming and cutting into like the curve so that it lays good. It's really just some prep to make it look good at the end, because otherwise it looks kind of crappy. Especially around the curves, if you don't clip into your curves, then your curves will look bulky, even if you press them. is sometimes a little bit tedious, but it really does make a big difference at the end when you really press your seams and all of that. It makes it look much better. So I don't always like it, but it definitely makes a difference. And when I was first starting out in sewing, I didn't always do it. And so all of my projects always looked crappy. And yeah, once I started doing that, once I started pressing, pretty much after every seam you're supposed to press. But if you're like batch sewing or adjusting something like I did here, I mean, obviously pressing everything open doesn't make any sense to do every single time. I thought I had fixed all the fit issues, and that was why when I first sewed them, I did go ahead and press them open because I thought they were going to be fine. And then when I tried it on again, it was not. Last one, yay! For now. Then I have to try it on and cut some of the length off. I'm just pulling out some of the basting stitches here because they are not in the same place as the regular seam is, so it's not going to lay completely flat, so I'm just pulling them out. Because apparently right there I didn't completely sew over them. So I can't press the seam all the way open there because it was not in the same spot. So I just pulled them out real quick so that it would not have that problem anymore. I'm just having trouble getting this to like go on there the way I want it to. It's fighting me today. Wolverine. Wolverine. I'm just pressing this back about 5/8 of an inch here for the seam allowance. The cat's going nuts downstairs. Okay. All right, let's. So this is the wool that I bought. It is a jacketing fabric, but it's really not a heavy jacketing fabric. I'm hoping it's not going to be too hot. I live in Texas, so. So I'm going to turn this up to wool, or down to wool rather. And I'm going to add some water to my iron. Wolverine. I bought 5 yards of this, so we should have plenty. Lots and lots. I'm going to raise up my table a little bit too. So I can be a little nicer to my back. It's not super wide though. It's not as wide as the last time that I bought wool. It's not, I don't think it's 60 inches wide. It's a little bit less than that. 47? Almost 48. So I'm going to prep this and then I will try that on again to see what length I want for it to cut off. So I'm just steaming it. This has a little bit of a stretch to it, actually. Just ever so slightly. I probably should make the dress smaller then. Oh, Lord. I'm not repatterning it. It is fine. Stupid. My iron is quite dirty. But we have hard water here, and I don't know how to get it out of the iron. I'm probably just going to have to get a new one. I've had this iron for quite a few years, so sometimes like stuff kind of spits out of the iron. See? Gets a little crazy sometimes. I decided to go with wool because I'm pretty sure that's what they used in the movie, but also, I don't know, I couldn't find anything else that gave kind of the same look and this stuff would. So I decided to go with wool, and it was not super expensive. It was like $16 a yard. It wasn't super cheap or anything like that, but it wasn't it wasn't like some of the wools that are out there that I have seen that were like $60 a yard. I'm not paying. I don't got that kind of money for, $60 a yard wool. Why, you turned off? I was in the middle of using the iron and it turns off. Makes no sense. I also bought some rayon to go with this as the shirt. It's quite sheer, so I will have to either do a lining or flat line it. But my problem right now is not knowing exactly how to pattern the shirt, so I have not done anything with it yet. I tried to make a mock-up yesterday. It did not come out how I wanted it to. It ended up being a little too small, and I'm not really sure exactly what I did wrong with it. So that's something I'm still having to play around with. And I don't know if I'm going to get it done before I get to go see the movie, but I'm going to try. Movie comes out on Friday. I want to go like on Sunday because oh, that's not true. I do work on Monday. Crap. Because next week is Thanksgiving, I have to work on Monday. I normally work Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, but because we have Thanksgiving and we're closed on Thanksgiving on Thursday, we're pushing everybody back and we're open Sunday. So I will be at work on Monday. So I might go. I was thinking that I would go like, in the afternoon or something, but we'll probably have to go early then. Or we could do it next week. I'm not 100% sure yet. We shall see. So in the movie, the first one at least, in the scene that I'm looking at, that particular dress, he says it's a felted dress. This isn't a felted wool. I think it's a bon clay, or however you say that. I'm sure I'll butcher it. But it's that kind of wool. It's not felted, though it does look like it's felted. So I think that it's close enough. I thought I heard a cat meowing. My neighbors have a cat that they constantly leave outside, and she climbs over the fence and screams at our door for food. I think she likes our food better than she likes the food that she gets there. She probably does. It's good cat food. Our cats seem to like it. We were giving them some other food that they were, at one point they were vomiting. They were all vomiting. And some of the cats that never vomit, some of our cats just, we have one particular cat that vomits all the time. Doesn't matter what you feed her. She vomits less on this food, but she still vomits. And she's always been that way. So I think she just has a sensitive stomach. Sometimes when she eats the snacks too fast, she throws up. She just eats them too fast because she gets excited and she wants to eat them all, and then she throws up. But that the other cat food that we were feeding them, they were like all vomiting on, and I was like, what is going on? So we did a bunch of research and we found this cat food that's supposedly really good, and the cats all like it, and we have less vomiting. It's like clockwork. Every time that we clean the house and clean the floor, they gotta vomit on it. It's like they're like, oh, it's too clean, we have to puke on it. So that happens. But for the most part, they don't vomit as much. This wool actually kind of smells. Oops, I keep putting it right underneath the camera. Hope it's not steaming it up. I guess I don't really have to worry too much then about having cut the pieces down too much because this is a little bit stretchy. So just ever so slightly. I think it's just the design of the wool that it's just a little bit stretchy. It says it's a knit, but I don't know. It's not that stretchy. It just has like a tiny little bit of stretch to it. I don't know if you guys can see. Again, right into the camera. Sorry. Oh. I also bought some other wool with it that was it's a poly wool. I don't really like buying poly wool, but it was a dead stock, so I just went ahead and bought it, and I'm gonna make like a handkerchief skirt out of that. I kept seeing them when we went to the Renaissance fair, and I actually have this other fabric too that I'm gonna use as like a test to see how it goes first, because that was like a flannel. It's like a cotton flannel fabric, and it was on sale when I went to the quilt store the other day, so I bought that as well because it was cheap and it felt really nice. So I bought that, I pre-washed that, and now I have to cut and sew it. We're going to try and go back to the Renaissance Fair again next weekend because they're open Friday, and I think it's the last weekend for the Texas Ren Fair also. So we're going to try and go for that. I have to make my son a kimono and a pair of Hakama pants for it too, but I hope I'm going to have enough time. I was originally planning on doing that live, but time just gets away from me sometimes because I have to have content to put out too during the week, and sometimes I don't know. I just feel kind of blocked and stuff, and sometimes I just don't want to do stuff on my days off. And editing is oh so much fun. I really do need a new iron. This thing is probably, I've had it for probably about 5 years, I think. It's a piece of crap iron. It's like a Sunbeam. I just bought a cheap iron. I don't really think that buying a really expensive iron is worth the money most of the time, because sometimes they don't work as good. And you spent $200 on it. I'm not spending $200 on an iron. I think that's crazy. When we went to the quilt show, they had ironing boards that were like $200. I was like, it only does ironing. Like, you what does it do? It folds up and you can roll it around. Like, it folded up straight and you could roll it and store it straight like that. And I'm like, for $200? That's a little rich for my blood. I was like, no, I don't think so. Actually, I think it was more than that. The cheaper one was $200. And I was like, nope. She's like, oh, the show price. And I'm like, well, if that's a show price, what's the real price? Because the regular price is probably even more than that. Because, they put everything on sale for the show. And they're like, oh, show price. Or maybe they just tell you that it's on sale and it's not actually. I mean, my boyfriend keeps telling me I need a bigger ironing board, and I do, because my ironing board sucks and the cat keeps jumping on it and it wobbles. But I'm not spending $200 on an ironing board. That's just insane. Even if I was rich, I don't think I would spend $200 on an ironing board. I just can't justify spending the money. I'll spend $200 on fabric, but not on an ironing board. That's why my priorities are messed up. I feel like this is taking me forever, but I did buy 5 yards. So, ow. This makes me a lot. So recently, when we went to I didn't know this when we went to the quilt show, but it was in Dallas. Wait, no, Houston. Houston? Yes, Houston. They just opened a Mood Fabric out there. Houston's only about 2.5, 3 hours away from us. So I haven't been yet, but I'm definitely planning on going. I don't know when yet because I just spent money on fabric anyway, this stuff and other things. But I have never been to Mood. Even when we lived in New York, in New Jersey, I had never been to the garment district, which I regret because I wish I had been. I wasn't as into sewing. I've been sewing for a really long time, but I've only just started getting back into it recently. I mean, probably mostly because my son, the past couple years, really hasn't wanted me to make him anything for Halloween, probably in about 3 years. I don't remember what he did. He didn't do anything last year. The year before, I don't even know if he did anything. I don't remember, honestly. And yeah, the year before that, I'm not sure either. So we've been living in this house now for 3 years or 4 years. I think it's been 3. The last time I made him a costume, it was a Legend of Zelda Link costume, I think. I don't even know if it still fits him anymore. But that was the last costume that I made him. That was a couple years ago when we lived in the last house we were living in. So this year we all dressed up to go to the convention, which I posted the video for a couple of weeks ago. So if you want to go check that out, I have pictures of the convention and stuff like that on there. But I made his cosplay and he had so much fun because everybody was wanting to take pictures with him, and he just really enjoyed himself. So I don't know, maybe now he'll want to dress up more and stuff. Maybe not for Halloween or whatever, but he's a little old for that. But he definitely had fun at the convention, and I think that's something that we really all enjoyed doing because we all dressed up. Me and my boyfriend, him, we all dressed up. So it was a good time. And I think all of our costumes came out, pretty good. I would say Brian's shoulder pads definitely needed some help, but otherwise the shirt and the pants that I made him, I made on the channel. Well, part of them I made on the channel. I didn't make the whole thing on the channel because I think I had made the pants before I finished them on the channel, but yeah, they all came out pretty good. And then my costume, I made that like in January before I started my YouTube channel. So I may decide to go back and do another one because that dress doesn't fit me very well, because at the time I was still kind of learning how, even though I've been sewing since my son was a baby and he's 18 now, I still struggle with like lots of fit issues and stuff. So I was still kind of figuring out how to fix the fit issues that I had as far as like a bust adjustment and stuff like that. So it didn't fit me as good as even this dress fits me, which it doesn't fit me it fits okay. But yeah, I might decide to go back and make it again. And I bought that fabric when Joann's was still around. I think I got lucky. It was like the perfect shade of pink, and it was like a cotton, stretchy kind of cotton, but I think it was like a cotton sateen. I don't know if I can find a color like that again. I would, like I said, like to remake that dress because it was a little too small in the bust. And I felt like every time I sat down, I was like exposing myself. It wasn't super obvious because I had the jacket over the top of it, but it was enough, and I didn't like it. But I knew that when I made it because I had a hard time with the bust. Oh no, I need to try this on and see where I'm cutting it off. Where's my phone? Oh, it's in my back pocket. I do that all the time. Let's see. Yeah, about mid-calf. I actually think this is still a little bit too high up, but let's see. I'm gonna go with 11 inches from the bottom. I'm gonna cut off. Oops, dropping things. That's a lot. Oh my goodness. I just measured from the floor up to see approximately where mid-thigh, or mid-calf, sorry, not mid-thigh, mid-calf. And let me see. It's about, let's go with 10. That way I have a little bit of wiggle room. Let's go with 10. Okay, so right now I'm just going to line up the pieces. I can just cut straight across. That's completely not even. Where'd my chalk go? We'll go with 10, right? We said 10. I'm just going from the bottom and measuring up about 10 inches. This is not how you're supposed to do it, but that's pretty much the only way I can do it because it's so damn long. And I think here it's going to be 10 and a half because this one is about a half an inch almost a half an inch longer. So here I'm going to go with 10 and a half. For some reason, this one is shorter than the rest of them. I don't understand why. This one is going to be less because this one is even longer. I don't understand how I don't know. 11 and a half. So for some reason, they even though I didn't add anything to the bottom of the pattern, somehow it made it longer. Though I did add to the top, so who knows? Okay, now I'm just gonna cut it. And I added a little bit, so it shouldn't be too short. And if it is too short, I guess I'm just SOL. But I don't think I'm gonna have that problem because I'm not tall. So this thing is touching the ground. Actually, I could be stepping on it. That's how long it is. So I don't think me cutting too much off is going to be a problem. Holy cow. That's a lot. Okay, let's see if I messed it up. Piece of hair. Okay. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Yep. See? I don't know if you guys can see. I'll just stand in the chair. Much better. It's like mid-calf, which is approximately where I want it to be. So it's much, much better. Okay, now I gotta cut that off of the pattern pieces. Can you get on? Okay, so I'm gonna cut it off the pattern pieces real quick. Okay. I'm probably just gonna use those scraps to make the pockets. How much did I say? 10? 10 inches? 10 inches. I'm just trying to make it so it has the right amount of curve on it too. Okay. All right, now I'm gonna lay out my wool and start pinning my pieces. Hi there. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get to cutting. since I need 2 pieces of everything, I'm just gonna cut it, fold it, so that I don't have to try to figure it out. And mirror the pieces. This way they'll just be mirrored. It doesn't really matter. There's no right side, wrong side on this fabric. It's exactly the same on both sides. Which is good and bad, because sometimes it's hard to tell which side you're supposed to be using as a right side. I feel like that is more of a problem when we're talking about sleeves, because you could cut 2 of the same thing and then you have 2 left sleeves or 2 right sleeves or whatever. Yeah. If you forget to mirror them, or if you forget to cut them when the fabric is like folded in half or something, which I've done. And then I'm like, well, okay. You gotta go get more fabric if you can. Of course, without Joann's, it's a little bit hard to get anything. Everything has to be bought online, and for a lot of people, that's really difficult because you can't touch it, you can't feel it, you can't know how it's gonna drape. Although I will say, like, Mood Fabrics does a really good job of like showcasing how the fabric looks, how it handles, and sometimes they have videos of somebody manipulating it, stuff. But sometimes they can be a little bit pricey. Some of the other websites that have things that are dead stock and that are a little bit less expensive don't have quite as much detail. They don't tell you the like grams per square meter, so you don't know what the weight of the fabric is. And if you want it, you just gotta hope that's exactly what you initially intended to get. Which, like, this fabric, I bought it online at Fashion Fabrics Club, I think, and I didn't know what I was gonna get. I was hoping it was gonna be good, but they don't have as good of a description as Mood does, and I wasn't 100% sure that it was going to be exactly what I wanted. And if it wasn't, then I don't know what I was going to do. I could use it for something, but maybe not necessarily this project. But it ended up working out really good, and it ended up being exactly what I wanted. And so I got really lucky. But sometimes that isn't always the case. The disadvantage of having bought 5 yards is there's so much of it. Oh, I don't want to do this. Don't knock over. No, what are you doing? Stop it. Stay. But it's not very wide, so it's not as wide as some other, like, wool fabrics are usually like 60 inches wide. This one is, what did I say, like 47 or something like that? Yeah, it's not a super wide fabric. So So I always just measure, especially for something that's as expensive as this wool, and I want to make sure that it's perfect. I always measure from the grain line marked to the selvage to make sure that it is straight, so that it will be straight on grain where it's supposed to be on grain. And then I will go back down here and see if it's the same thing. Sometimes it's hard to tell because if you don't fold it perfectly, it could be a pain in the butt. But it looks like actually this piece is completely straight on grain. Seven. I don't know if I want to pin it all the way around or if I want to chalk it. So the last couple of times that I've cut stuff out, I've just chalked around the outside and then cut it because pinning takes a long time sometimes. And I don't know if I'm messing up the way that I have it here, if I'm pinning it sometimes. I think I sometimes feel like I am. Yeah, okay. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And I'm not really super concerned about the chalk on here. This is actually not even working super good anyway. So I think I'm going to do it like this. Let me change the camera angle so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing. So I think I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to add these registration marks here because I didn't last time and I had a hard time figuring out where everything went. So I think that's what I'm going to do. But this doesn't show up super good on here, the chalk. See, you can see it. It's not amazing. I'm just going to put, so this is this side front. Let me see if my other thing will work. I don't know if this pen has any more ink left in it. I need to buy new ones, if not. Barely. It really doesn't have anything left. You can kind of see it a little bit. And then I'm just going to put in some pins all the way around to hold it in place before I cut it out. this one is on the fold, so I don't need to check. Well, I don't know. It has a grain line on it. However, it's on the fold, and I don't always check the grain line when it's on the fold because you can fold it any way you want, right? But anyway, I'm not going to. I'm just going to chalk it out and pin it and cut it. The chalk is almost done. This is the back. Let me try this stuff. I can't use this stuff. This stuff disappears with water, and I can't use water on this. That's better. Okay. Two more pieces. have my side front piece. I have no idea where to put it. Guess I'll put it over here. And my center back piece right here. So I'm just going to finish cutting out my center back piece. Why does that seem wrong? No, that's right. Okay. Okay, my center back piece is done too. Yay, 2 more pieces. Well, and then the pockets. But I don't think I'm gonna make the pockets out of this. This stuff is a little too stretchy for that. I'm probably just going to make the pockets out of cotton. This is a heat erasable pen, but the white shows up really well on black usually. I don't really have too much left. Yeah, it's not really. I have to buy more. I put all my registration marks on there this time. I just hope they're going to match up with each other because I really don't know. Since I did so many changes to the pattern. We'll see. I just realized I forgot to pin. That would be smart. I'm just going to use this a little bit because I feel like using it on a stretchy fabric is not really conducive to it working well. Or just not conducive to me getting a good cut on things because it's pulling at the same time. I still have quite a bit of this left now, which is good. Because I can use it for something else. nose is really runny today, so. Oh, I didn't cut the registration marks. I need to do that. Last piece, yay! And then I can pull my sewing machine out and start sewing. It's like making 2 dresses because I technically did. There's dust all over my desk or my table. From this fabric. Okay, I'm gonna get my sewing machine and we'll start assembling this dress. Such a mess. like crazy. I gotta lower down my table too. I'm gonna mute for just a second while I lower the table down because it's quite noisy. Okay. Front, center, back. Did I not fix that? Okay, so I'm just going to take my center back here. And start pinning the side back to it. This one has no registration marks on it? Nope, apparently not. Great. Oh, I just didn't put it. It doesn't exactly match up, so I'm going to ignore it. I didn't do it like that on the lining, so I'm not going to do it like that on this. I'm just going to match up the edges like I did before, because that's how the lining is. I don't want to match it with something that it's not, and then it's not going to match up with the lining, which fits, you know? I don't know. This has to go the other way. Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare's making a whole bunch of noise downstairs. He's upset. I don't know why. Probably because he wants attention. Oh, here he comes. Oh, Lord. Hello. You gonna come up? Come on. Come up here. Come on. No. Come here, baby. You can make that jump. It's not that far. There you go. I love how he looks at the camera. He's like, what is that? You gonna lay there? You wanna lay there? Okay. You can lay there, Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear. It's the cat camera. It's not the ironing camera, it's the cat camera. So cute. Mr. Mears, are you my cutie patootie? hanger? How long you sit there for? This is his table, and he allows me to use it, right? Probably that's what he thinks. Okay, now I guess I can't iron right now, so whatever. I guess I will skip the ironing for the moment since Nightmare is taking a nap. And I will sew the side front pieces on, and then I'll sew the next side. It doesn't matter. I usually like to press after every seam, but I can't do that right now. I have a bit of a problem. This little kitty. Like I said, it's his table. He lets me use it. Sometimes. have to figure out where the pockets go, but I think they go here. I think so. I don't know that I want to put the pockets in. I haven't cut them out. I'm not going to put them in. You know why I'm not going to put them in? I'm not going to put them in because they're not attached to anything other than the side seams, and that makes them really droopy, on top of the fact that this is a very stretchy fabric, and I don't think it's a good idea to put pockets in. So while I love pockets in my dresses, this is probably not the best material for it, so I'm going to leave them out. And if I regret it later, it's my own fault. Yeah, if I put anything too heavy in them and they're only in the side seams, they're totally going to stretch the dress out too. So I'm just going to leave them out. And I'll have to deal with it later. Did you wake up from your nap? Oh, you don't want my pets? You brat. What are you doing? Oh, excuse me. My bad. Mr. Attitude. Okay. Last two seams. 3, 4, sorry. Because I still got to sew together the shoulder seams, but last two seams before that. I put the registration marks on here, and yet there isn't any because I cut all the registration marks off of this when I made it smaller. I don't think the bottoms are going to line up. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm okay because I think this registration mark should line up at the very top here. And there's supposed to be one in here, but I didn't put it there, so it's not there. Because I cut off a bunch of this pattern when I resized it and everything for me because although it says a size 12 is supposed to fit me, it's always too big. A size 12 will fit my waist and my hips, but never the top. So after I pin and sew these, I'll just iron all the seams. I probably shouldn't have done it that way, but Nightmare was occupying my ironing board for a couple of minutes or so, 20 minutes or so. So I just decided to do it at the end. Okay, let's do these last two seams and then the shoulder seams, and then we'll try it on and attempt to assemble it with the lining. I actually should make sure this is the right spot in accordance with the lining before I do that, because I really don't want to seam rip anything at all. Oh, Lord. It's not right. Because I want to make sure that they line up correctly so that they're not messed up when I go to put them together. And they weren't lining up correctly, so I'm going to have to fix that now. Let's see now. This is about seam allowance there. Okay, that's more correct. Nightmare. I don't know if you guys can hear him when he's yelling like that. Being an extra loud baby boy. Nightmare. Nightmare. Hi, baby. Why is your tail all fluffy? Hey, why you got the fluffy tail? What did you do? What happened? Why was your tail fluffy? Calm down. Fluffy tail boy. Fluffer boy. Are you coming up here to lay there again? You can. You want to say hi? Hi, Bubbles. Fluffy boy. Your tail's not fluffy anymore. That's a good boy. Yeah. When he came up the steps, his tail was all floofed. Floofed. He gets all floofed out. Sometimes he goes after one of the other cats. He's not nice. He gets jealous. He's jealous, baby. Are you the jealous boy? Yeah, you are. Sometimes. Smack the booty. Smack at the booty. What do you want? You want snuggles? You want to come here? Come here. No? Come here. Do you want to come here, you stinky sap? Of truth, boys. I love you. Oh, you're purring. Oh, you're purring. I hear the purrs. He has a very, very soft purr. You can't really hear it very good. It's very, very soft. Oh, that's my good boy. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Oh, I know. No? Okay. Butt sack. No, you're going to come around the other side. Can I? Make up your mind. What are you doing? No. Yes. No. No. You're such a silly boy. Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a silly butt sack. Oh, there's a good boy. He's got his face like. He's so cute. He's so cute, Nightmare. He's such a cutie. He fell over. He's so silly. You're so silly. Stop it. Hello, handsome. Again, he's taken my ironing board. How am I supposed to iron? He refuses to allow me to use the iron, apparently. I think when I attach the lining to this dress, I'm going to have to do like the burrito method. It's going to be a pain in the butt. At least for the top part of the neckline and stuff, I'm going to have to do that burrito method. And then I have no idea how I'm going to get the rest of it. Actually, so the side seams, once you do the burrito method, then you just stitch all the way down the side seam, like from the top to the bottom. So that might work. And then I just have to probably hand stitch the hem. I don't know. I'll have to see. Like turn them together and then stitch them. I could always top stitch them too. I guess I'll figure it out when I get there. I'm almost there. Yay! I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Guys, I hate, whoops, wrong direction. I hate the winter sometimes. I don't dislike the weather. I don't dislike, well, I live in Texas, so we really don't get winter here, but I don't dislike it because of the weather. I dislike it because of the fact that it's already dark out. Right now it is 6:01 and it's completely dark. Look. Oops. You can see the windows here. It's completely dark out. It's a good thing I have lights. If I didn't have lights, I wouldn't be able to film anymore. I don't know how people don't. Like, these lights weren't that expensive, but I don't know. Some people just don't have lights and they can only film during the day, which in the wintertime is not very long. Especially Texas, it doesn't get fully light here until like almost 7 o'clock in the morning. In the wintertime, at least. Or actually, in the wintertime, the sun is starting to come up at 7. In the summertime, the sun is fully up at 7. But in New Jersey, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning and it's completely light out, bright as it is at noon. So I was there. That's why you have to have blackout curtains if you want to sleep in, because it's light out super early. All right, so real quick, I'm gonna do my shoulder seams. And then I will press and try everything on. Maybe I should just try it on and then press it. Okay, now I'm going to press everything and see how it looks. I need more water in this. So for wool, I use a clapper because the clapper helps to hold in the steam or something like that. It helps it to stay because otherwise when you, oh, this one, I lied. This one is actually not bad, but I'll use it anyway. So a lot of times when you press wool, it will just spring back. So the clapper just kind of helps to push it down and also to hold in like the steam and the moisture and whatever else. But this wool actually presses really nicely. So that's nice. Usually you have to kind of leave it there until it cools, and then it will hold that press. Which is why sometimes pressing wool takes forever. Honestly, I should try this on first, actually. Let me do that really quickly. It fits pretty well. I think it fits pretty well. I don't think I need to make any changes to it. I think I made all the changes already, and now it fits fine, which is amazing because it's always nice when everything fits really well, which doesn't usually happen for me. I usually have to make modifications. I mean, I did have to make modifications, but I usually have to make a lot of modifications. Okay, I'm coming. All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner, guys. So I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, I turned the iron off. That was silly of me. All right, let me just finish pressing these seams. And then I guess I'll decide if I want to do the lining. I have to interface. What is going on with my camera? I guess I need to redo it. Okay. I have to interface all the way around. Probably all the way around. At least, I don't know. Honestly, I'm not really sure what I should interface. I'm definitely going to interface the front because there's buttons and buttonholes that are going to go there, but I don't know about if I should interface the straps or not on the neck and the neckline. I probably should. I don't know. But I'm being extra lazy and don't really think I want to, so I'm probably only going to be on for a little while longer because I have work tomorrow and my work starts extremely early in the morning, like 4. I have to be at work at 4, so I generally am in bed by like 8, 9 o'clock. So whatever I can get done in the next like 30 minutes or so, and the rest I will finish up probably on Friday. Let me see. Huh. Oh, here it is. I was like, I don't have any more interfacing left. I did buy 2 more rolls, but they're downstairs and I don't feel like going and getting them downstairs. But I thought I still had some interfacing left up here, and I do, just a small amount, just like a little bit left on this roll. But it should be enough to put into strips for the button placket. This wool actually presses much easier than the wool that I used for my gambit dress. That stuff would not hold a press unless I used the clapper. And lots of steam and all of that. It wasn't otherwise holding a press. Hello. Yeah, I just realized that my microphone died and I have absolutely no idea when that happened. But I was saying before that I have to take out all of the stitching on the side seam because in order to do the burrito method, I have to have the side seam open. And that being the case, I'm going to get off now because I can sit in front of the TV and rip the seams out. And then I can come back and do like a reveal on Friday, and I will post a video on Friday. It will probably be how I patterned this, but it won't be very long because I really did not. I used a pre-made pattern, so it probably won't be too long of a video on Friday. So that I will post on Friday, and then if it's all done, I will post like a reveal, like a quick short on with a reveal of this dress. I still have not figured out what I'm going to do as far as the shirt because I tried to use the pattern and it did not work. So at this point, I'm really not sure what I'm gonna do with that. I'm gonna have to mess around with the pattern, but I don't know if it's gonna be done before I go to see the movie. So I probably won't be able to wear it to go see the movie, but I will at some point do it. So that being said, I'm probably gonna get off now because I have to rip out 2 full seams in order to, actually 4, I lied, 4, because I have to rip out 2 seams on this and 2 seams on the lining so that I can fully line it using the burrito method because the side seams have to be open to do the burrito method. So I'm going to get off. Thank you guys so much for watching. And if you want to see more of my content or the making of the jacket that I made for Halloween, that is also linked down below in the description. So the patterning and the making of it are linked in the description. One of them there's 2 lives, and then the patterning one was just a long form video. So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys the next time that I live stream or in my next video, which I will post on Friday. Thanks again. Bye.